see. Let me hear it. Yeah. What up, what up, what up? Well, we back. For all you listeners, we got a good one in right now. I ain't gonna lie, we finally did it. I've been wanting you out here for a minute there, Beau.
It's been a long time coming.
I'm excited. We got the Bow Fessional in the house. We also got Skinny Coat in the house.
Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
Just trying to keep it fresh, bro. That's all.
We got a full house, actually. We actually got a double header tonight. I'm gonna be real fucked tonight. We got my boy Jerry, Photo Lab Studios in the house, and we got my man Tomaso on the camera tonight. But yeah, Beau actually brought his 2-year-old,
2-year-old, yep.
2-year-old, and his wife and baby to be.
Yeah,
coming.
another one on the way. Yeah,
Dude, I did not know that.
Yeah,
maybe I did know that.
Honestly, I didn't tell a lot of people about it. Heck, my wife and I found out in September. I didn't tell Phil, my boss, until end of December.
Yeah, so
nobody really knew.
Well, and it's like there's that stage where you just kind of keep it quiet because you never know what happens, right?
Yeah.
Like, and yeah. So, anyways, we got the Beau in the house. He is pretty much. There's a lot of great faces there at No Limits. I love them all. I love Jason. I love Little Thor. I love them all. There's so many guys, but ever since I started coming in, to No Limits with Phil, I've known you. And I must say that you are the one I trust. If it isn't Phil working on my bow, and I trust you, I trust you. And I wish my shooting would be a lot better for it, but it's, that's user error. You know what I mean? So we got Beau in the house, and we've had a bunch of questions come in and everything. A lot of people demanded you, actually. Like, it's crazy. Like, don't ask me why I would ever think my podcast would be so popular. Like, it really is. It's maybe because they like to hear my dumbass Lukeisms. I don't know. But I throw these little polls out, right? Like, who do I want? Who do you guys want on my podcast and blah, blah, blah. And I think the girls are coming back in here right now. Oh, we got the dogs in. And either way, we're my wife and everybody stepping in here. But so we got Beau and my wife and his kids in here hanging out in the studio. But we were talking about, the IG, and I get like so many people asking who they want on the show, and you were a big draw. And I said, hell yeah, I want Beau. And I honestly said, Beau, I need you on the show. Obviously, work comes up, family. I know everything about that. So I get it, and I'm glad. Cheers. Thank you for coming out all the way out here. I appreciate you coming out and doing this. I won't try to keep it too long, but we got a lot of cool things to talk about. I know that. First and foremost, what I want to know is, what are you sipping on?
A little bit of Jack Daniels and water, a little whiskey and water.
A little whiskey and water. I like that. I'm sipping on the little tequila and Kill Cliff mixer tonight. I don't know. I think tonight will be a little bit of a long night for me. I got fights to watch tonight. I put a little parlay together. Went to Black Hawk, and I put a bet on for tonight's fight. So we'll see. After you, I got Aaron coming on. It's just going to be a long day for me.
Yeah.
Long day. But I'm excited that you're out here. The first thing I want to know is, how long did it take you to get so good with the bow and start working on other people's bow?
Oh, shoot. Time frame, I couldn't honestly tell you. Started shooting a bow when I was a really, really little kid, and started with a recurve bow. You started with the recurve? Yep.
When you were like, what, your kid's age or what?
Probably just a little bit older than that.
Okay.
So I was probably 3, 4-ish.
Oh, you started like 4. Okay, hold on. They're gonna leave. Good deal. Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to play.
They want to play. Around. They're going to tear it up in the house. Watch it. It's good. So anyways, you were 3 or 4-ish with the recurve?
Yeah, probably 3 or 4. Tiny little like fiberglass recurve. And then shot that for a hell of a long time. And then ended up picking up bear recurve of some sort. I think my dad still has it somewhere around the house. And I shot that until I was 12 years old. I shot a recurve bow every single day, pretty much, until I was 12 years old. That was when I was allowed to shoot a compound, let alone touch one.
Really?
Yeah, my dad was a stickler on that. Recurve the whole way through, and he hunted with a recurve when he got into bow hunting.
Uh-huh.
My dad's a huge bow hunter, hence why I have the name Beau. But anyway,
it's a good thing your dad wasn't doing other things.
Yeah, right.
I literally was like, that makes sense, dude. Yeah.
It's like, come over here, pussy.
So, but your name is B-E-U, right?
B-E-A-U.
B-E-A.
Yeah, it was gonna be honestly, when my dad was so I've got an older sister. Which
what's up? Is she asking?
No. I've got an older sister. You're gonna feel like an asshole after I tell you this.
Great.
She unfortunately passed away. She passed away.
I feel like a big asshole now.
She passed away when I was a little kid, but my mom got to name my sister.
Fuck me, dude.
So my dad had got the privilege of naming me, and it was supposed to be Beau Hunter. Hunter was going to be my middle name.
Oh,
so
no
B-O-W,
shit.
and my mom shot that shit down. She's like, absolutely not.
Nope.
Not going to happen. So anyway.
Holy shit. So what you just told me, not to fucking fuck it up even worse, but I had no idea you had a sister.
Yep.
Now, was she your older sister then?
Older sister, yeah.
And you mind telling me a little bit about that?
Yeah, I can a little bit. Obviously, she was older than me. She was 8 when she passed away, so I would have been 5 at the time she was. But anyway, I don't remember a lot of it.
Right.
She's in and out of the hospital a lot.
Sick,
yeah. Her body wouldn't naturally produce growth hormones, so she was getting shots every day. But like I said, in and out of the hospital. Myself, I don't really think my mom wanted me to see it, so I wasn't around a lot for that. But what I do know is a lot of, obviously, I was a young kid, so I don't remember a lot of it. But what I do know is what my parents would tell me.
Right.
And she was like attached to me through and through
really?
when she was home. Yeah, so when she wasn't in the hospital, she was glued to me.
No kidding.
I was her favorite.
Well, yeah, your sibling,
Yeah.
And I don't want to get all soft and subby because, that is something that's fucking hard to deal with. I would never want to deal with anything like that. But I must say, like, every time I meet you, Beau, every time I see you, like, you make me feel a fucking happy dude. Every time I come in the shop, like, and maybe that's something like an aura around you, but I honestly, like, even today, like right now when you're in the thing, you have this energy that I fucking love from you. And, maybe that's a little bit of your sister there. I don't know, because you got like a fucking energy that I always bounce off. I mean, honestly, everybody I hang out with, like, I always have good energy with, except for Cody. Like, I feel bad because he's like a Make-A-Wish Foundation kid. But
that's my joke, bro. You're gonna steal my joke and try and use it again.
But like, even like Tomas and like Jerry, they're all good. But like, every time I go into the shop with you and you're there, you literally lift me up. I don't give a fuck what my day has been like. I'm tired from the gym or whatever, and you're there, and you got time to fucking work with me on my bow. Mm-hmm. Like, you literally have like this aura that I fucking love, and I'm glad I call you my friend, man, because
appreciate it.
It really is. It's comforting because you are a fucking good dude, but. I must also say that you know what the fuck you're doing with my bow, and I trust you with it. But so I honestly really want to say I don't know what's going to happen with the future of me. Now that I'm a good guide.
Yeah, right.
I'm
world class.
I'm world class guide, but I'm thinking about making my I don't know, how would I say this? my outcoming party into the bow technician field, you know, like I'm about to start building bows and shit, you know, working on bows. No, don't believe me, dude. I was gonna take your job. I'm not gonna take your job.
My heart was skipping beats right there, man.
Yeah,
I
know.
Oh, shit.
I know it was. No, but for real, like honestly, you were working on bows at Phil's shop when I first met you. Yeah. Actually, you might have been just coming in a few times, just being like a trial and error guy type deal. Remember at the old place over on
yes, yeah, I do.
What the fuck was that place?
Monaco,
yeah. Yep. That place is where it all happened.
The old warehouse that we started up in.
It was so fucking hot in there.
Oh, remember God. That? There was like a pizza oven in the summer. Yeah. You couldn't stand to be in it.
So when you moved, you're from Wisconsin.
Yep.
And you moved here when?
2010.
Okay. And then you just decided to start working in a bow shop or what?
Oh, I've been doing it for, I mean, like I said, to get back to the, when I started shooting and all that stuff and then getting into bows, started shooting a compound bow when I was 12. The closest archery shop to where I grew up was over an hour away.
Yeah.
The closest, like, good one, anyway. So my dad, being a big-time bow hunter, he did all his own work. So he started teaching me some things. We got a little bit of equipment here and there, serving jigs, stuff like that, so we could fix strings and tie peeps in and all that other stuff. Never had a full-fledged bow press. Had a little pocket press deal, which are dangerous as hell. But that's all we had. But I remember when I started really kind of getting into working on bows and started to get somewhat good at it. Like I said, the closest good archery shop was over an hour away. So I had kids from my high school that bow hunted.
Yeah.
That were like, "Hey, dude, I know you work on your own stuff." They'd shoot leagues, and I'd be shooting leagues with them. And they're like, "Can I bring my bow by? Can you fix it?" I'm like, "Yeah, probably." And then it was always like, we get off of school at 4:00. My mom will get home at 5.
Yeah.
So you need to be out of the house before 5, because I don't know how many times I'd be working on a bow, low track of time, and my mom would come rushing down the fucking basement. "What the fuck are all these kids doing parking in my front yard?"
Yeah.
"I'm working on bows." "Well, what happens if somebody gets hurt?"
Yeah.
"Nobody's gonna get hurt, Mom." "Well, you're a kid."
It's your mom. It's your mom though, doing her job.
Exactly. But I started working on bows when I was, in my early teens, and then kind of dabbled around a little bit, helping out when I could, when I was at archery shops and stuff. And then when I moved out here, every time I walked into Phil's shop, I was just like, "Hey," and I stopped at every archery shop that I could that was, in the Denver metro area, and just tried to get to know the people.
Yeah.
And my best vibe was at No Limits. Yeah. Yeah. And at that time it was Phil and Joe and Dylan was there.
Dylan. You remember, what's his name? Gilbert. Yeah. Sweet guy, dude.
Sweet dude, yeah.
Yes. Remember Wedo?
Yeah.
Wedo was there, always there talking shit. Yeah, that was the crew, man. Like, it was the crew back then. I mean, when I first went in there, it was an eye-opener for me, dude. Yeah. It was just totally an eye-opener, and it was honestly probably the best thing that's ever happened in my life. As far as me being a fighter that really had no direction. Yeah. Like, I like to hunt. Yeah, I would still be hunting. Would I still be shooting a rifle? Yeah. But as far as bow hunting, dude, it's changed my whole fucking life, dude.
Yeah.
For the best, though. It really has. Like, I honestly think I'm a way better husband, dad, coach, everything because of bow hunting.
Sure.
I just look at life way different now. And I don't know, maybe because I have so much fun with it, and I'm always looking forward to the next opportunity to go out. Or, I mean, obviously I have a whole 3D range out here now. I just love doing that. You know what I mean? But so my question is to you, though, is when you started working on bows, like, when did you have enough confidence to be like, okay, I can work on your bow. You work on your friend's bow. But, like, when did you have enough confidence, like, hey, this is going to be my job. I'm going to get paid money from, let's say, Phil. He's going to write me a check, and I'm going to work on people's bows, and they're going to come back and trust me. Like, did you have a point where did you doubt yourself anytime?
Because
here's the thing. Before you answer this, I want to know because, I have enough, I don't say I have enough room in here, but I eventually want my own bow press. And this is something I want to ask you too, like a guy that wants to get into, do some modifications on his bow. I mean, I'm an hour away from you guys.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I want to be able to, tweak my shit if I have to. But I don't feel like I know what the fuck I'm doing enough.
Sure.
Right?
Well, hell, if I tell you when it's the time, then I'll never see you.
Yeah, that's
So,
true.
I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, I got to come down and kick it with you guys. That's true.
No, but I guess I would say essentially I had to get to the point where you just have to take the kind of a leap in that aspect. Like I get a lot of guys that'll come into the shop and they started working on their own bow and they're like, I know enough to be dangerous.
Right.
Like they're like, I know enough to like where I can sometimes get it right.
Yeah.
I'll probably fuck it up.
Yeah.
And in all reality, in learning anything, you're gonna fuck it up a couple times.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Essentially, I like I said, I worked on my own stuff and I worked on friends' stuff growing up in Wisconsin. And then when I moved out here, the first job I had out here wasn't in the archery field, and I hated it.
Yeah,
absolutely hated it. I was in automotive industry, slinging tires, oil changes, stuff like that.
Fucking dirty,
absolutely hated
grunt
it.
work. Yeah,
hated it. And the way the scheduling worked there, I only worked weekends and I had to sell a shitload of stuff in order to just afford my apartment, right? So the whole time I'm worried about selling enough product to make my commission so I could afford my apartment.
Yep.
And then sitting there thinking, man, there's so much stuff I'd rather do than slinging oil changes and tires and stuff like that. So my first like full-time archery job was in a big box store.
Really?
Yeah, I walked into Bass Pro Shops here in Denver, and I was like, "Hey, I know how to work on bows," and I was kind of, to be honest with you, I was a little bit kind of arrogant.
Yeah, but you kind of probably have to. I gotta have that swag.
I walked up, and I was like, "Hey, you guys, you hiring?" And the guy's like, "Oh, I don't really know," and I'm like, "Well," I said, "I tell you right now, I could work on that bow and get it tuned like lickety split if you want me to do it." And one of the guys there, it was like kind of like a test thing because I poked his buttons, but he wanted me to just jump in there and do it. And obviously Bass Pro's policy, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So he's like, "Hey man, just, one of the guys there's like, take a job application and fill it out, turn it in. Maybe we could use you. I don't know." And like a week later, had the job, was behind the counter.
At Bass Pro here in Denver.
Here in Denver.
Cool,
yep.
cool,
And that's
cool.
back, Hognuts worked there too.
Oh, no kidding.
So Jason at No Limits Now, he was actually the department manager.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, and that's when Jason and I met. So I've known Jason just a little bit longer than I've known you.
No kidding.
Yeah, and honestly, for the first like 3 months, that dude hated me.
Really?
Hated me.
Well, you know what's so funny about it? Like my first impression when I met Jason, I thought he hated me too, and like I was like, man, Phil, fuck this dude, dude.
Everybody's like, what's the deal with this guy?
Right? But now that I know Jason, I fucking love him.
Oh, dude, he's a big teddy bear.
Yeah,
honestly.
like it's just his personality. Like I'll beat somebody's ass for that dude. Like that dude is my dog. Like
he's awesome.
He really is cool. So hold on, dog. I gotta get a refill. You know what I'm saying, dog? I gotta get a refill. So you worked with him at Bass Pro for what? How long then?
Jason and I worked together for 2.5 years.
Oh no shit.
Yeah. Before I went full time with Phil. Before I started working for Phil full time, I worked for Bass Pro and for Phil for a year, which was technically against Bass Pro's policy.
Like working for another.
Working for a competitor.
Yeah.
And in all reality, I ended up having a little dispute with one of the managers at Bass Pro because he found out. And he's like, "Dude, you can't be doing that. Like, we can terminate your job." And I'm like, "Then do it."
Okay.
And not to be, not to be like pushing that manager's buttons, but I was like, "Hey, dude," I said, if that's what you feel like you have to do, then do it. But at Phil's shop, I sell Pro Series bows and high performance target bows, stuff like that. I said, I sell stuff that you guys can't even touch. Like,
it's
realistically,
it's way different. Yeah.
Like for instance, Matthews.
Yeah.
If you bring a Matthews bow to to any shop that isn't a Matthews dealer, technically that voids your warranty.
Oh, no shit. I did not know that.
A lot of people don't know that. But we'd get guys that would go buy a bow at a pro shop, and they might have had it for a couple of years, and they want to bring it back to that pro shop to get worked on. And a lot of those shops, I mean, like for instance, No Limits, we make money on service, right?
Yeah.
We tune a guy's bow. It
Absolutely.
costs you money, right?
Yeah.
Back then, Bass Pro didn't charge. They would not charge for a tune. They, if you had strings, sure, they'd pay for your strings, but you didn't pay for the install.
Really?
Or the tune. So we'd get guys all the time buying Pro Series bows, bringing them into Bass Pro shops for us to work on because we wouldn't charge them.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense.
Right?
But their warranty's fucked.
But then their warranty's fucked. So again, manager finds out that I'm working for Phil, and he's like, hey, dude, like, you can't be doing that. Like, we could technically terminate your position if you're working for a competitor. And I just flat out held my ground in that instance and was like, then do it or leave me alone.
Yeah.
Do you need me here or do you not need me here?
Right.
And that was when, I don't know if that was really when I started kind of seeing the value. Like some guys, and I'll never personally say it, generally speaking, I'll say it on here, but I'm never the one to toot my own horn.
Yeah.
I'm never the guy that's like, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. You're
I-
definitely not that person.
I'll hear guys, they'll post it on Instagram or they'll say it in front of me and stuff, and I'll be like, thanks, but I'm not that. I'm not, whatever.
No,
but,
you're fucking good.
Well, appreciate
You are
it. Again,
fucking
like I
good.
said, I won't say that really, but that was kind of the time when I started realizing that maybe I was good at it
Yeah.
and better than most.
Yeah.
Because I had the hunting department manager, Jason, who's my actual archery department manager, and the store manager.
Yep.
All knew that I worked for Phil,
And
none of them did anything about it. They just kept their mouth shut. And Jason knew. Jason was the first to know.
Yeah.
Because Jason, what he did and what was really good, and I think any big box store should really do this. He would go every time the new bows would get released. He would go to every pro shop and shoot the bows that were there. So obviously Bass Pro couldn't carry Matthews bows. They couldn't carry Hoyts. They couldn't carry the full-fledged Bowtech bows, stuff like that. He would go to all the pro shops in the Denver metro area and shoot every brand he could and get business cards from every single one of them.
Oh, no shit.
And if a guy came in with a bow, let's say he came in with a Hoyt bow and had a cracked limb or something like that. He's like, hey, can you fix this? We're like, no, we can't. But here's a business card to a shop that can.
Damn.
And he developed a really good relationship, basically for our archery department with a lot of these pro shops.
Yeah.
And in the grand scheme of things, the archery industry is honestly, it's pretty small.
Mm-hmm.
In the grand scheme of things, it is. So by doing that, we developed a really good relationship. And if we needed a part that we couldn't get or technically shouldn't have gotten, make a phone call.
Yeah.
And magically it'd appear, right?
Yeah, right.
So it allowed us at Bass Pro Shops to really help out anybody in almost any situation. Now, if it was a big deal like limbs, cams, stuff like that, we'd send them over there because obviously we don't want to be the guys to be destroying somebody's warranty either.
Right.
But anyway, he did a really good job with that, and I think other stores should be doing that. I think we need to have a really good relationship.
Is that kind of like let's say like Sportsman's Warehouse and all them? They kind of do the same thing, or do they have rights to like Matthews and all that stuff too?
Depends on the store.
Yeah.
So like Sportsman's Warehouse used to carry the full on like Bowtech line. They don't have it anymore.
Okay.
So they'll carry like diamond bows, or at least they used to.
Yeah. I know they did. I know they used to carry diamond.
Yeah, and some of the other big box stores, Cabela's, stuff like that, Shields. Shields is a little different.
Yeah, Shields is different.
And Shields is different because it's technically employee owned. So it's not like Bass Pro, Cabela's, which I guess technically are one company now.
Yeah.
Everything's owned by Bass Pro. Because Shields is employee owned, a lot of the bow manufacturers look at them as like a mom and pop type deal, right? So a lot of the Shields will carry Matthews, they'll carry Hoyt, and some of them will carry the Bowtech line, stuff like that. So they're a little bit different, but in the grand scheme of things, Sportsman's Warehouse, Bass Pro, Cabela's, they couldn't get those bows. And honestly, I think, like, for instance, bringing up Jason again, having a really good relationship with a dealer that could get those bows was a godsend, really.
Yeah, fucking Jason's cool, man. I need to get him out here too because he's one of those guys that has like one of those dry sense of humors. You know what I mean? Like you don't know if he's fucking serious or if he's fucking with you. But
and he never smiles.
Yeah, right. Like
his running joke all the time. He's like, "Dude, smile." And I'm smiling on the inside.
Yeah, right.
Every time, straight faced, never smiles.
I know.
But he's a cool cat, man. He's
awesome. So now, okay, so at No Limits now, right? I've known you there forever. Now you got Jason there. How many? I mean, you have Justin. What's the other little cowboy dude name? Ryan.
Yeah.
Do you overlook all those guys now, or are you guys all just one team?
Not really. I mean, we're just a big team. I mean, I would say I don't really know how to describe it. We don't really have per se job titles.
Yeah.
We don't have like, so and so's the manager.
Right.
This guy's, whatever. Now I'll say Jason has a steel trap. Mm-hmm. Like, dude, if you tell that guy something or he reads something, it's like it's in there. Like does not leave. So he's taken on a little bit more of the manager role, I would say. Because he's really good at remembering orders, what's on order, what's coming in, when it's supposed to get there.
Right.
I mean, hell, that guy will be like, "Hey, do you remember ordering a bow for so-and-so?" I'm like, dude, I'm the worst with people, honestly. Yeah. I'll remember somebody's bow. Yeah. Like a guy could literally walk into the shop, set his bow on the counter.
And you know his bow.
And I know who it is without seeing the guy.
Really?
I'm like, that's where I'm at. Jason remembers names. He remembers all that stuff. So he's taken a little bit more of the manager role and getting orders taken care of and stuff like that, which before Jason came in and we were in the old shop, the only like 2 full-time employees was Mark Hershey.
God damn, I forgot about Mark. How could I forget about Mark?
Yeah, it was Mark, and it was just Mark and I. So for the longest time when I started, Mark did all the ordering, stuff like that. And then as I progressed working with Phil, I started coming in Monday mornings, making sure everything was ordered, taken care of. Yep. And Mark was building strings. So it relieved Mark of having to worry about all of that, and he could keep up on the string business that he had going. And everything worked out, but
it's crazy.
I would say Jason's probably the manager. Yeah. If anybody was going to say it, if Jason's not there, obviously I take on that role. I would say if you ask somebody else what my role would be there, Phil has said it a couple times. He would consider me as like lead bow technician. Now in that same instance, I wouldn't say that I am. Again, I wouldn't say that I'm better than anybody else.
Because there's a handful of G's there.
Oh yeah. We've got a good.
You guys got a fucking solid team, dude.
For sure.
And I must say, like, for you guys to, I've called you guys in emergency to help me out, but let alone not me, but my boy Skinny Cody over there.
Yeah, seen him in the shop a few times.
Right? So, I mean, how many times do you get a guy that dry fires a bow though?
Almost daily, but to your defense, Cody, we had a guy, and I'm not going to use his name because if he listens to this, he's going to come back to me in the shop and be like, "What the hell, dude? What's your problem?" Literally dry fired his bow 6 times in a row. And when I say 6 times in a row, dry fired his bow, took 2 weeks for me to get limbs and cams because everything just folded, rebuilt it. Bow never left the shop. Dry fired it again 6 times in a row.
Okay, so this is what I really want to know.
Let me ask you this before we get too far.
All right, go ahead. Let's go.
How many times have you ever had a guy dry fire his bow twice and then come out to the range and take everything from his buddy, all his hunting gear, with one of the best archery performances since Robin fucking Hood?
Yeah, that you did. You did beat me that one time. I ain't gonna lie, and it was good. It was good, but here's the thing. Like on this dry fire deal. Like, I get a guy that fucks up. Like, let alone, I've been out here with my buddies on my own range, and we be sitting on some Busch Lattes or some Bud Lights, whatever, and we'll have a few, right?
Sure.
And we get bullshit and talking, and, oh, God, my turn to shoot. I get ready to pull back my bow. Oh, fuck, I don't have an arrow. So I stop, right? I don't shoot.
Yeah, you're one of the few that caught that, though.
Right. Yeah, maybe because I'm a seasoned drinker. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. But the thing is like, I literally was standing right next to him, right? Like we're having a competition, like, you know, a contest is what we do out here.
Oh, sure. We were deep in the drinking and the shit talking, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I don't understand. Like what were we doing? We're getting ready to go
We're going to TAC the next day.
Oh shit!
Yep. Oh. Yeah, we were getting ready to go to Colorado TAC.
Actually, I think you came by and brought your bow in that day, didn't you?
Yeah, that night.
Luke.
That night, I called Phil. Phil was actually there, and I said, "Phil, dude, I need a big favor because Cody was going to come and shoot with us."
Yeah.
Last year, and we were literally just Frank was up here, and we were all getting ready to go to TAC in the morning.
Yeah.
And fucking, we, you know, of course, we're having fun. Me and Cody had a Coors Lights, and we're talking shit. And Frank comes up. And next thing we know, the shit's talking deep, you know. And Cody's like, "Shit, bitch, watch this." Boom, boom, like a fucking.
And then, dude, we all stood there and looked like, what the fuck just happened?
What the fuck? And Frank's like, "You just fucking dry fired your bow."
My favorite is when somebody does that and they go up to the target looking for their arrow. They're like, "Where's my arrow at, man?" Like can't admit it. Like can't take it.
They don't want to. Yeah,
they don't want to say anything. They're super embarrassed because all their buddies are there, and they're like, "Man, I don't know where that arrow went." And if I'm there, I'm like the first guy to flat out be like, "Dude, there was no arrow." Like
you fucking dry fired. Like here's my thing. God forbid it ever happens to me, but I honestly, I'm knocking on this wood. I don't want it to happen, but if it does, but guess what? I'll fucking man it, and I'll be like, fuck it.
But you know what the thing with it is that I've come to realize in all the bows that I've worked on, the people that I've talked to, the longer you have a bow in your hand, eventually one is going to go boom.
Yeah.
And it might not be a full-on dry fire. It might be something like, you know, you loaded an arrow in it but didn't notice you had a cracked knock.
Yep.
And then boom, there it goes, and there goes your bow. And it's still a dry fire at that point, but in that instance, you loaded an arrow and it just, you know, lack of attention to detail.
Right.
Didn't realize the knock was effed up. I mean, I'll be the first one to admit it. I've had bows blow up in my hand.
Have you?
You know, and
well, working on bows a lot, you probably. How scary is that, dude? Like when you probably get some old bows too.
My worst is this was at Bass Pro days. We had a bow. It was a Bass Pro branded bow. I don't remember what the name of it was. Honestly, it was absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
Like I refused to sell them, but people would still buy them, right? Somebody'd come up and they'd see the price tag and it was an overly expensive bow, and they're like, "I want to get into it," and they just grab it. Not even get it set up, take it downstairs and buy it, whatever. And I'd get those bows, and like I said, they were terrible. And that particular bow would have a lot of cam lean on the bottom. And you draw the bow back, the cables would get low, the cam would lean so far that the cam would over-rotate, and once it hit its let off, the lean would kind of come back, and literally the cable would be on the wrong side of the draw stop. And it would lock the bow up. One of my really good buddies, Doug, still works at Bass Pro, like super cool dude, good bow technician. He had one. I'll use his as an example, and I'll tell you mine. He had one. Guy came in, wanted to buy it. Doug's like, "Hey," showed him a couple other bows because Doug was the same. He's like, "Dude, I don't want to sell this bow." And the guy was adamant. He's like, "I'm gonna buy it." So Doug's like, "All right." Got the bow set up, you know, draw length, poundage, all that stuff, and brought it into the range. Well, he's going in there to tune it. In that range, the door locks. You have to have a key to go into the range at Bass. And he drew that bow back, and the cam did that.
Oh, God.
It leaned over and hung up. Well, he's the only dude in the department behind a locked door in an archery range with a bow at full draw. And if you let go of the string, the cables would hold on to everything. It's basically a giant mouse trap.
Yeah.
So the moment that either the draw stop could no longer hold the draw weight of the bow, the thing would just grenade.
Yeah.
So the only thing he could do to save himself, really, and feel comfortable about it, is have that bow at full draw and literally throw it at the wall.
Yeah.
Hit the trigger and boom, throw it. And the moment that bow hit the wall, boom, grenaded. Okay? Like I said, giant mouse trap. My instance was with the same model. Guy had the bow, and
can you say what model it is?
I can't even remember. It was redhead, like chronic or cryptic or something. I don't know. We had so many.
Yeah, just honestly. Because, I mean, a young kid might have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a fucking grenade in your hand.
And anyway, this guy had the bow, and the limbs were already bad, right? It already had crappy limbs on it. That's why the cam lean would be so bad. The deflections were off. it was a split limb bow. So if that helps anybody, if they're listening to this and they're like, oh, I have one of those bows. And, you know, it's a split limb. If you got it, it's probably that one. Anyway, he dry fired it and didn't tell me. Okay. And he brought it in. He's like, hey, can you tune this up? It's acting weird. Didn't say anything like, you know, hey, I accidentally dry fired it. Can you look it over? And as a technician, obviously we look over everything as best we can. But if there's underlying damage behind, like underneath the finish of a limb or something like that, you don't know.
No.
Right? Unless it's blatant, unless everything, you got a big splinter popping up or a full-fledged crack or something like that you can really see and possibly like kind of scratch on a limb and hang your nail on it, you don't really know.
Yeah.
And I looked over the bow and cams were straight, string looked fine, everything was still on the track. And usually when you dry fire a bow, the strings will jump the track.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, dude, yeah, check it out. You know, you already had it, so it's not like you'd be like, don't buy it. I took that thing into the range and drew it back, and at full draw, getting ready to cut it through the paper, the bow just
blew up.
Grenades. Bottom set of limbs come across my arm. My arm looked like I ran a cheese grater across it. Just wrecked me. Damn. And that one,
I would have shit myself, I think.
Oh, I was pissed.
I think I literally would probably shit. I
was pissed. And like, again, I didn't know the bow was dry fired until after the fact.
Yeah, because he didn't fucking tell you.
Well, he didn't tell me, you know, and like I said, the bow already had underlying problems. Just that model inherently had problems. So he comes up 20 minutes later and he's like, is my bow done? And it's just laying on the counter in pieces. And he's like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
And I'm like,
he tried to put the old switcheroo on you.
Yep.
Like, you fucked my bow. That's why I didn't tell you.
Yep.
That's an old Mexican trick. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's an old Mexican trick. You can't do that shit.
So I was like, hey, man, I said, you know, this bow already had underlying problems. I said, you didn't have any issues with it, though, did you? And he's like, no, not really. And I'm like, well, was it shooting fine when you first got it? And he's like, yeah, it was pretty good. I'm like, well, tell me about it. Like, what happened, you know? And he's like, oh, well, I was shooting it, you know, last week in the backyard, and I cut loose an arrow, and it just sounded weird. And he's like, I couldn't find the arrow. And I was like, oh, here we go. Here's that dude that's looking for his arrow at the target. There's no arrow in your bow, dude. So I was like, hey, man, I said, I'm not saying you did this, but I'm saying there's a possibility you did this. And deep down, I feel pretty strong about it. He dry fired it.
Yeah.
He didn't just flat out be like, oh yeah, man, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, because it's embarrassing.
Be okay, and it is. But for anybody listening, if you dry fire your bow, just straight up own up to it.
Yeah.
I'm at the old shop, you know, and even now, we'd have guys that'll come in and all the time, oh my, you know, I bought this new bow and my uncle wanted to see it and he dry fired it.
Yeah.
Or my cousin dry fired it, or my roommate dry fired it. And it's like, okay, man, if you did, just straight up say you did it. If you want to blame somebody else, whatever.
Yeah.
But the guys that'll come in and tell me that the bow has been dry fired, I generally try to really help those dudes out because they were honest.
100%.
And I'm like, okay, dude, like you deserve, you know, to be treated with respect because you respected me in my job.
Yep.
Right? You told me flat out what happened.
I'm giving you a fucking bomb right now.
Exactly. You know, I've had guys that have come in and the bow is derailed, peeps out of it, the whole nine. And he's like, oh, I didn't dry fire it. Like, blatantly lie.
Yeah.
And those dudes, you
got no respect for him.
That's the guy that if he comes in and he's like, I did not dry fire it, and every sign says that he does.
Yeah.
A lot of times a guy will bring their bow in, they'll tell me, and I'll be like, okay, man, this is what limbs will cost. I got to completely rebuild the bow and tune it. I'm going to help you out a little bit on the service because you were honest with me.
Yeah.
The other guy, full price.
You're like, hey Ryan, come over here and check out this bow, dude. I got a bow for you, man. I need your expertise.
Hey, Ryan, I need your expertise. Come check out Skinny Cody's bow real quick. Well, in my case, like Cody didn't have to man up to it because I already called it. Really ratted him out.
Not only did you not call, it was on IG Live before I got to the bow shop.
Yeah.
Like, dude, there was already a story. There was already posts about it.
Oh, but he did it twice, though, dude.
Yeah, those are my favorite, though, when he does that because then we can all sit behind the counter and go, all right, I expect him to be here at 4. What time do you think he'll get here? You know, he's on his way down.
Yeah,
record time. I made record time.
It was actually a fucking good time. We had I'm so glad you know, living in a city like Denver, right? We have access to great, you know, bow shops. Like obviously, if I was a recurve guy, I'd go to Rocky Mountain, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
100%, right?
Hell, I go to Rocky Mountain for my recurve stuff. I can get it at the archery shop.
Yeah, yeah,
I
right.
can get all that stuff.
I'm sure you can,
you know?
yeah.
But the dudes there, incredibly knowledgeable,
Yeah.
super freaking cool.
Yeah.
You know, and like I said, I like to have a good relationship with all the shops around.
Yep.
So, I mean, I very well could go over there, test out some arrows, figure out what I need for my recurve, because I still shoot one. Hunt with a compound, but I still shoot a trad bow quite a bit. I've hunted with a trad bow a little bit. But if I need broadheads, if I need arrows, whatever, I could go down there and see what they would recommend, test out a couple different arrow spines in my bow, figure out what's flying great.
Yeah.
And then just be like, all right, thanks guys, peace. And then go over to the archery shop.
And then do your own.
And then buy it from the shop and get my store discount, all that other stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't.
Yeah.
I go there because they're knowledgeable. They know what's going on. They're super cool dudes, and I like to support archery all the way. So I don't have to get it from my shop. I'll get it somewhere else if I feel like the shop that I'm buying it from is a legit, legit place.
So
and
let's talk about that real quick. Like, you come out of like, and I maybe I'm a little biased because Phil sponsored me with my first bow ever.
Yep.
Right. And I'm
shooting.
I shot the Matthew Z7 Extreme.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Gold tip pro hunters.
Jinx.
Yep.
Yeah. I think you shot a Hamsky back then too on the original Versa.
Yep, I did.
Rage broadheads. I can almost tell you everything you shoot.
I
See, that's the thing though. I remember bows.
100%.
Not that I don't remember you. Obviously, we're good buddies, but I can sit there and think about bows that some of my like repeat customers have had, and like straight out, no, 100%. What they had from the get-go.
Yep. And that's one thing.
And guys are like, how do you remember that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I remember when it comes to bows alone, now granted this one's mine, I remember the first compound bow I had. I remember the arrows I shot out of it, the broadhead I shot out of it, the release, the sight, the case that it was in, everything.
Really?
And not just that bow, but every single one of them I've ever owned.
Really?
Now, I've sold a lot of my bows. I still have 13 of them at my house.
Oh, my God, Beau.
I mean, like I tell everybody, I need another bow. Like I need a hole in the head, and they ain't stopping it, man. I'll keep getting bows.
Yeah.
But I can honestly tell you every model in order and what was on it.
Yeah.
And I can do it for you and almost everybody else that's a repeat customer.
You know, that's so funny. You know that about my Z7 Extreme, and obviously I've shot Matthews my whole short bow career, whatever. But that is one bow I wish I never got rid of. I love that bow so much, dude. It was just like, it was perfect, dude, for me.
Do you know who ended up getting that bow?
One of Drew's buddies.
Okay.
Drew's buddies, Sean. Sean, he's still local, dude. He got it. He goes to No Limits. He's still.
Yeah, okay.
And I sold it to him because he had like I think a bear bow or whatever. And
okay.
He wanted to upgrade. I said, dude, here, take it.
Hell of an upgrade.
Yeah, right?
That was a nice bow.
Yeah, honestly. It was an awesome bow. And so like this bow right now, I'm shooting a BXR, right?
Yeah.
I'm keeping the bow, I think.
Yeah.
Unless I get a story of some kid needs a bow and I get a new one this year.
Help him out.
I've
thought about doing that a million times with all the bows I have at my house.
Yeah.
You know, I've sat there and thought about, it's like, man, I should just do some sort of like giveaway or whatever, and just one of my bows
because there's all your old bows are way better than some of the people's new bow. And I'm lucky because I get a new bow, right? Like I am. And it's so weird because by the time I get this bow shooting perfect, what I know, how I can actually get it and compete, I get rid of it. You know, like that Vertex, that one that I actually beat Snyder in a competition, like me and him shot, and I beat him. I did. He had a recurve though, but I did beat him. And that bow was probably the best bow that I had tuning and from you and shooting. Like I shot fucking lights out with that thing.
Yeah.
And then I got this fucking bow and I got rid of it like an idiot. But I mean, I've had the Halon 32. I've had them all. And I love Matthews. I don't know why. It's just my cup of tea, right?
Yep.
And
I shot Matthews for quite a few years.
Yeah. And it's just my cup of tea. And it's not that I don't like Hoyt or Bowtech or any of those other ones. I've never shot them.
Yep.
If it ain't.
That's like me with Elite.
Yeah.
That's the only, out of the major bow brands, what I consider the major bow brands. There's a couple of them sneaking into that list now, but Elite Archery is the only brand I've never owned.
Yeah, see, I've
shot Bowtech, I've shot Matthews, PSE, Hoyt now, Prime. I've shot them all.
I shot an elite for like 3 months in the hunting season.
If I remember right, it was an elite answer.
You fucking know, dude, the black one, right? Yep. And I liked it. Don't get me wrong. It just wasn't. I did it for a buddy, and it wasn't me. You know what I mean? Like, I just didn't like it, and I went back to Matthews, and I'm glad I did. But that's what I'm saying is, like, when you find something, I mean, don't get me wrong. If Hoyt's listening to this or whoever, they want to come through with some dollars, hey, we can talk about that. But no, honestly, like, it's been my deal. I've been to Matthew guys, and I've trusted you. Always fix it. Actually, yes, you. But if you're not there, day off, and I really want my bow fixed, I know without a doubt anybody behind that counter there at No Limits will fucking do it.
Yep.
Like it's cool.
Yep.
It's fucking cool. And I even had Joe fucking put a bow together for me one year.
Yeah.
And that was cool. I had Phil put a bow together for me. You know, and now I get Aaron because he's like, 10 minutes from me, so that helps out a lot, right?
Well, there was this small period of time, and that's probably just because he was too damn busy, but I was building bows for Aaron.
Yeah.
For, he had I still remember it was a elite bow. I want to say it was an Energy 35, and he shot a giant black bear with it. And if I remember right, it's on the cover of Bear Hunting magazine, all shaved head, big old freaking bear laying in a skid road, and stuff like that. But I remember building that bow up. And Aaron and I, the cool thing with Aaron and I, like most people, when you shoot bows, if I shoot a bow and tune it up to myself and I hand it to you, it never shoots a bullet hole, right? Yeah. Because the way you get into the bow is a little bit different, right? Aaron and I, almost identical. Yeah. Like if I build a bow up and hand it to him and it shot a bullet hole, he'll shoot it and he'll shoot a bullet hole right there. Yeah. And I'm like, sweet. Nothing else I have to do. So it worked good for Aaron and I in that instance. But I built a couple bows for him. But for the most part, he's always done his own work and he's good at it.
Yeah.
For a guy that, and I know he worked, if I remember right, he worked a little bit in, building bows when he was shooting competitively and stuff like that, because he used to shoot some competitive archery. For a guy that doesn't do it every day, he's freaking good.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, he remembers that shit. Yeah. And he can shoot lights out.
Well, and like, I know you don't like tooting your own horn and everything, but he literally said, if I don't work on your bow, you better have Beau fucking work on your bow. Yeah. Well, and that's what he said.
That's cool.
You know what I mean?
I like that compliment.
And he says, dude, Beau's the fucking man at fucking knows. He knows every bow that you fuck with is like your own personal bow. You know that?
If it's not good enough for me, it's not good enough for the guy that's shooting it.
Yeah.
There's no good enough.
And that's just kind of something I want to talk about too. Like, you are a phenomenal shooter too. That people don't know about that. I think everybody gets caught up on you being the technician of how to put a bow together, how to fucking shoot bullets through paper, fucking knows about cams, knows, all this shit. But when it comes down to reality, you can fucking shoot fucking shit, dude. Let alone in the field, or if you're out there shooting 3Ds, you know how to shoot. And I don't think you get enough credit on that, because when I watch you shoot like the alpha events and shit like that, I'm like, dude, this guy's the real fucking deal. Like, he can work on a bow, he knows how to shoot, and it kind of goes back to, like, what makes a perfect bow hunter or a perfect whatever. Like, we talk about, like, do you work out? Do you fucking have, all this muscle and everything? Like, it doesn't, none of that fucking matters.
Not really.
It doesn't. And that's why I think you are a perfect example of that. And I love that. You know what I mean?
You saying I'm just a scrawny little dude or what? I'm not fit?
No. I'm saying this. Like, if you look at guys like Aaron, you look at guys like me, or like some of the guys that you see, like, on Instagram, they're the guys that like the Cam Haynes that fucking look the part and do it. But you look at a guy like Levi Morgan.
Did you just compare yourself to Cam Haynes and Aaron? Is that what I just heard? You were dead serious about that? He wasn't even joking.
I didn't mean it like that. Serious. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, I meant it like, dude. I didn't mean it like that, because I'm by far any of those guys. I'm a quiver full of fives, right? So, but what I'm saying is, like, physique wise,
sure,
muscle. I lift a lot of weights. I do it, and but that's what I'm saying. Like a Levi Morgan, not the, he's not a bodybuilder type looking guy.
No, the dude gets after it in the gym, but he's not on the, what some guys, like what I would consider. And for the people that are out there that love to really lift weights and run and do all that crazy stuff, I call it crazy because I'm lazy and I like to sit on the couch and just look at bows and tinker on stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think I've actually gone to a gym or lifted weights since I was in high school.
Yeah.
For the guys that like to do that, cool.
Yeah.
Keep doing it, man. If it's for you, keep doing it. Myself, I've told a bunch of people this. I'm going to focus on my bow build and my shooting ability because in the grand scheme of things, that's what's going to save me.
Yep.
Because I'm not that run, lift weights, get
run,
super
shoot,
shape.
lift. What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't do the whole backpack cardio thing, though. Yep. Although every year I tell myself I should, and again, I'm just a lazy dude and I just don't do it.
Yep.
But I'll look at my bow setup, my arrow setup. I'll spend a crap ton of time behind it, and I know I'm fit enough to get me close enough for my ability.
Yeah.
I don't need to be 10, 15 yards from an elk to kill it. Not that I don't want to be.
Yeah.
But like
your range.
Aaron used to get flack on it all the time, shooting animals at 100 yards with a bow. And I don't like to do that personally.
But you can do it.
But I can.
Yeah.
So if I have to,
fucking A.
I'll pull that trick out of the, out of the hat and airmail one if I have to. So for me, I've always just looked at my bow setup and my shooting ability to try to pull me through. And obviously it's not going to work in every instance. I'm going to have that time where I was like, frick, if I was in like 10% better shape, I'd have been there.
Yep.
And
I think that's just how you got to take it with like a grain of salt. Like, try to be better, try to get better, try to do it. Like me and Snyder talk about this all the time. Let's do cardio. Like my cardio is different than what you do. Like obviously, I do something way different. You do obviously hiking. That's your cup of tea. Yep. You love to do that. I love to spar. I love to train. I like doing that.
For sure.
I hate climbing a mountain. Although it's part of hunting, I hate fucking doing it. Yep. I do.
Yep.
I really do. And that, to me, if I got a right bow and I know I can shoot out to 70 yards and feel comfortable with it, I'm cool.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
Because I know Beau got me dialed, dude. I know I'm good. But, like, that's the thing. Like, that's what I was saying at is, like, you are, you not only do you practice what you preach on, like, your bows, but you actually a guy that can fucking shoot a fucking bow. Like, I see you in the shop when you're working, and you can grab a Hoyt, you can grab a fucking Matthews, Bow Tech, any bow that's come to you, and you fucking draw back and you tweak with it, and then next thing you know, I'm looking at the paper and it's fucking bullets, dude.
Yeah.
Like, this is cam, left, cam.
I've done it. I've done it for full time for 11 years.
Yep.
I don't know how many bows I've ever seen, and pretty much and obviously I'm still learning. Every day I'm learning. I'm not God's gift to archery. I don't know everything. There's always somebody out there that's going to have a little trick up their sleeve that I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know that. And that is awesome. Like, I put that in my little memory bank, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, in your instance, you bring a bow to me and I shoot it through paper or I do whatever and it's making a noise or it almost doesn't, at this point now, it almost doesn't really matter what it is. For the most part, I have a really, really good idea of what it is, like what's going on.
Right away,
because I've seen it. And I think the reason why it's gotten like that is I've had the luxury of spending time behind a lot of different brands.
No shit.
If you look at No Limits, we carry in Prime, Hoyt, Elite, Matthews, Pro Series PSE. I had a lot of experience for years behind the Bow Tech line when I shot Bow Tech bows. And I've worked on Darton, I've worked on Martin bows, I've worked on it's almost never ending, right? Expedition, right. Obsession, all sorts of other stuff. And because I've had that luxury to spend a little bit of time behind all those bows and do research on it, that's my thing. I like to geek out on the new technology and what bow brands have out there, what tuning features they have, and then if perfect example is the new Hoyt.
Yeah.
You know, I've been shooting Hoyt bows since 2014, exclusively, for the exception of a tiny little sliver where I shot a prime.
Yeah.
Because I had the luxury to actually hunt with the owner of prime, which is really cool. Really appreciated that opportunity. But anyway, the Hoyt bows this year has completely changed. For
the better, or just a whole new revamp deal?
Don't know yet.
It's still new, huh?
So Hoyt has always had a cam. For the time that I've worked on Hoyt bows, I've spent time behind them, they've always had a cam and a half system, or something that had had a split yoke. Okay. Had a control cable and a bus cable. Now it's a binary cam system. Okay. I've got a lot of experience behind a binary cam system, tuning Matthews bows, tuning Elites, tuning some of the Bowtech bows when I shot Bowtech. Myself personally, and this is just obviously my own opinion, I don't like binary cam bows.
Yeah.
But I like the new Hoyt.
Really?
Substantially smoother, better back wall, quieter. All in all, I like what they did. I'm still concerned about the tunability.
Really?
Because I'm the guy that really nitpicks aeroflight. Okay? I see aeroflight being paramount. If the arrow doesn't fly perfectly true, it absolutely drives me nuts. And the guys at the shop know I'll shim cams even when I don't have to, if I can get rid of cam lean and make the bow do what I want it to do. I refer to myself as a cam lean Nazi. I hate it. Okay? Binary cam bows always have it. Hoyt now has binary cam bows. So I don't know 100% if I love the new cam system, but I like the way the bow shoots. I like the way it feels.
That's cool.
So
that's interesting.
In that instance, they released the bows, and immediately my gut dropped because the yokes of what I loved. I can make the bow do what I wanted it to do. Now I'm dependent upon limb deflection, the stiffness of the limbs, to affect cam lean and throw the string straight, push the arrow straight. So I grabbed one of the first bows we had at the shop and played with it and played with it and played with it and played with it, trying to figure out exactly what that bow likes and how it reacts to shimming cams, how it reacts to twisting cables, to change cam timing, literally the ins and outs of that bow through and through. And I did it every day I was at the shop until I felt really confident of what that bow wanted. And luckily enough, I got all that work done figuring out that bow before I had to sell the first one.
Oh, no kidding.
Okay. But I do that so that when a guy like you, for instance, comes in, they're like, I want to buy that bow, and I shoot it through paper and it does something goofy, I know exactly what to do, and I'm not wasting my time and I'm not wasting theirs.
Yeah. That's a fucking good point. I mean, you're just good enough that you fucking know what the fuck you're doing and you have enough time to fucking play with those things. I mean, it's your job.
Yeah.
You are a fucking mechanic of bows.
Well, it'd be the concept of taking, your Toyota pickup truck and bringing it to a Ford dealership and asking them to fix it.
Yeah.
Like, dude, they don't specialize in Toyotas.
Yep.
The guy probably knows enough to be dangerous.
Yep.
Like I said earlier, working on bows, like maybe he could fix it or maybe he really fuck it up.
Yeah.
So for a guy that comes in, they want to buy a Hoyt bow and they want it tuned to the max. Some guys will call it super tuned. And they want to know that everything's absolutely perfect. Well, if I don't know that bow through and through, I can't give them that service.
Can't do it. Yeah.
Right? So when the new bows come out, that's where I'm at. I get super geeked up over that. Now, I've been shooting Hoyt bows since like 2014, so I'm a little bit biased, so I really spend a lot of time
you're a Hoyt
bows.
guy. You've always been a Hoyt guy.
Man, I used to be a Bowtech guy, like hardcore. If you look in Jason's phone, I'm literally in his phone, I'm Team Bowtech Leader.
Oh, really? Is
what my title is in his phone.
No shit.
Because back then when Jason and I started working together, I was a huge Bowtech guy. And I knew their bows in and out.
Really?
Like 100%. 100%.
That's crazy.
To the point, and I can't prove this, but to the point that if somebody had an issue tuning a Hoyt or a Bowtech bow then, instead of calling Bowtech and talking to their tech support, they could have probably called me and I could have told them what it was.
Really? You were that good, huh?
I was like, in tuning bows, I'm definitely better now than I was then, but I knew those bows. Like 100%.
That's crazy.
And then they started changing some of their designs, and I wasn't overly a fan of it, and that's when I moved away from that brand. But I've been, as long as I've been shooting Hoyt bows, I'm a little bit biased to them, so I spend a lot of time with that. But I do it with the primes. I do it with the PSEs. I look at what tuning features I have, and I play with them just a little bit and figure out what actually works. Because I've had many times where a brand has come in and said, well, we use this for tuning, and this is how we like to do it. And then you look at it and you actually use it, and it didn't work as well that they claimed it would.
Really?
For the exception of Elite, again, I have not personally owned and shot their bows. But that limb pocket system that they have, I don't know if you know anything about it.
No.
But it's the only limb pocket system that actually pivots. Okay? So in order to change cam lean on a Hoyt, on a Matthews, on the older Bowtech binaries, if you could shim them, because some of those you couldn't, you'd have to shim the cam left and right. And if you push the cam to the left, if you have a split limb bow, it forces the left limb to take on more weight, and it flexes more, changes the lean, right? Elite's limb pocket pivots. I don't have to shim it. I don't have to tear it apart.
Wow.
I can literally turn a screw and the limb pocket will rock.
Really?
It changes cam lean.
That's kind of cool.
This should not be physically possible. Okay, what I'm about to tell you. We had the first year they had the Encore. It was the first year that they offered that technology. You could take that bow, tune it at 70 pounds with a 500, which anybody listen to this, don't ever do this. Don't ever do this. You could tune the bow at 70 pounds with a 500 spine arrow, a 400 spine arrow, a 340, a 300, a 250, 200. I swear it didn't matter.
Do it, yeah.
It would shoot a bullet hole from the exact same location with every single arrow.
Wow.
It should not be physically possible.
That's fucking crazy.
When our rep came in and showed me that bow, and I was intrigued, right? I was like, this is the first time any manufacturer's ever done this. I was like, I want to see it. And he's like, well, grab 5 arrows. Grab a 500, 400, grab a 340, grab a 300. Let's do it. And Jason at the shop, he calls me the Hooter shooter. We don't have it. Spot Hog makes a machine that actually shoots the bow. And it's called a Hooter shooter, and it basically relieves all the torque, all that other stuff, takes the human element out of the bow, right? So really helps you fine tune a bow. Well, Jason calls me the Hooter shooter because it doesn't matter what bow it is. It doesn't seem like I have issues torquing bows.
That's
I've never had that problem really. And I grabbed that bow and no shit, dude. 500, 400, 340, 300, perfect bullet holes. Now, generally speaking, we'd tell a guy when they're worried about their arrow spine, their arrow stiffness.
Yeah.
If it tunes, it's okay. Well, in that instance, if it tunes, if your arrow's a 500 spine, you're shooting at 70 pounds, it's still flexing too much and you're going to have struggles to get your broadheads to fly. So I'm not telling a guy that owns an Elite to shoot a super light spined arrow because it will tune, just because they want a super fast light arrow. You still have to pay attention to arrow spine. But that bow flat out tunes.
Really?
Just flat out shoots.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I got to piss, man. I got to piss.
You're good.
Relax. Grab a drink. I got to piss. Don't worry. This is where I edited all this shit. I got to pee.
Stupid.
Yeah, there's a reason I drive 6 hours to get my bow work done.
Yeah. That's funny.
That VXR still shooting good, right? Oh, yeah. I know you were in the shop. You were in the shop yesterday.
I'll stick with that thumb button.
Yeah. It takes a long time with a hinge, man.
I can pull it back, but I can get that click.
Mm-hmm.
I freeze. Like I can't.
I used to do that too. So I shot a index finger release, wrist rocket for years, and I shot competitive archery when I was a kid too. When I really started getting into working on bows, that's what I did, and that's when I started working on bows when I got into competitive archery, and I shot a wrist rocket for years, and on the target range, I could dynamite with that. Just demolish, right? It was freaking awesome. When I went to hunt with it and my anxiety levels would increase, dude, I'd start punching the trigger like nobody's business. And I was still killing stuff, but I ended up going to a hinge release to try to tame myself out. And I realized that the hinge release made me slow down and I focused more. But I was at that point where at like 60 yards, I could knock the bottom out of a soda can. Just like that was my group size with the wrist rocket. I went to a hinge. I was lucky to touch all 4 corners of the paper at 20. Drawing back. Yeah. So I ended up having to get to the point where I literally didn't care about where my arrows hit, and I had to for lack of a better term, break myself down to build myself back up, just so I could shoot.
Damn, I'm back. Fucking cold out there.
Yeah, it is, dude.
I had to go digging for my weenie inside my zipper.
You gotta push your belly button, yell snake.
I did. Just yell snake. But yeah, so speaking of all that, I mean, like Beau, like the other thing I was thinking about, like, you know, left-handed, right-handed guys, you shoot both sides. That's what's kind of cool about you. Like, you can fucking do it.
Almost shoot a left-handed bow as good as I can shoot a right-handed bow.
Yeah, I would die.
I've done it a couple times on the Alpha course.
Yeah.
You know, somebody just wanting to play around and be like, hey, who's got a left-handed bow? And I'd shoot it. I remember South Dakota TAC when we did like one of our first alpha, like condensed alpha versions, out away from the shop. And I think I grabbed, I think it was Jody's bow. It was either Jody or Trevin Stolzfus. And I grabbed their bow, their release, and cleaned the course. Just
really
beat it up. Yeah. And guys are like, what the hell, man?
Yeah.
And it's, I don't know. I can't honestly explain how I do it because I don't practice it.
Yeah, because you're just fucking G-Dog. You like an OG dog. How old are you? 29. Oh, my God, dude. You're 29 years old and you fucking, dude, you're just mindful of knowledge when it comes to a bow. Like, honestly, like, you are, I want to say, like, you're a Yoda. You're a fucking Yoda when it comes to a bow. Like,
appreciate that.
I appreciate you being on it. I mean, like, just us talking about bows and shit and us talking makes me want you know, give you my bow and be like, let's tune this bitch up. Because I think I'm going, I'm supposed to go mountain lion hunting, aoudad hunting next. And
I saw your little Instagram deal, mountain lion hunting.
Yeah, I had a pneumonia.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck, dude, I almost died.
I went on I didn't hunt personally. I did carry a camera and film it. It's on my laptop somewhere. But I went on a mountain lion hunt the first year that I moved out here. And I filmed a 13-year-old kid shoot a mountain lion out of a tree at like 10 yards with a 270, and I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. But when I grew up, I had an uncle that had bear dogs, and they'd run bears every year, every spring for training purposes, and in the fall. And hunting mountain lions was like nothing like hunting bears. Not where I grew up, you know, because hunting bears in northern Wisconsin, the national forest up there, they log a lot of that stuff, right? So there's just a network of roads, and you'd go out there with like 5 or 6 pickup trucks, and you'd cut a track, you'd set the dogs off on it, and everybody would basically just surround this block of timber.
Because you knew the lion was up there. The lion was up there.
You knew the bear was in there, or at least you thought you did, right? And you'd sit there, and sometimes you'd get lucky enough, you'd be sitting on the road, listening to the dogs come closer and closer, and next thing you know, this bear would shoot across the logging road, and you're like judging it, like, is it big enough to shoot, like, in a blink of an eye?
Yeah, because it's hauling ass.
Yeah, it's cooking, right? It's moving. And, you know, you judge it real fast, and sometimes you'd be like, absolutely, it's a shootable bear, let's go kill it. Or you'd pull the dogs off before, you know, they got to the road, or if you could anyway. That was the mountain lion hunting, though. That was a trip.
Yeah.
That was like full sprint, get after it the whole time. The guy that I was with anyway.
Yeah, no.
I mean, he still had the GPS collars on the dogs and all that other stuff. But I think we ended up basically running for 4 miles through those mountains, and it destroyed me. It was a flatlander. You know, I'm like, I grew up in northeast Wisconsin.
Yeah.
You know, hunting whitetail deer out of a freaking tree stand.
Yep.
Right? Like, the typical, like, Midwest hunter you think about, you know, sitting in a freaking tree stand, super fat dude drinking beer and shit. Yep. Like, well, granted, I wasn't drinking beer then, but that was me.
Yeah.
You know? And destroyed me.
Yep.
But I got to that damn tree. I watched that cat get shot. We actually treed 2 cats that day. Which was super cool. But that's badass, dude. I want to kill a cat with my recurve so freaking bad.
Yeah.
So bad.
Hopefully it happens. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we're supposed to go out either tomorrow, Monday, whatever, again, because the snow's coming.
Yep. You hunting with Nestor?
Yeah. And, you know, and for everybody that's listening, have I forgave Nestor yet? No. I have not forgave Nestor yet. Until I get one up in a tree that's like maybe 50, 100 yards away from the side-by-side, then he'll get my forgiveness.
It's after you see one, man, it makes it worth it. It's cool as shit. Like I said, I hunted bears with dogs, and that's cool. And for the people that do it, freaking rock on, keep doing it. It's badass. I've told Phil this. I would honestly, people think I'm fucking stupid, but I hunted bears were like the only other thing outside of whitetail deer that we could hunt in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And it took at the time, it'd take 9 years to draw a bear tag. I've never had a kill permit in Wisconsin.
Really?
But my uncle had such a large group of people that almost always was there one or two guys that had tags. Mm-hmm. So we were always chasing bears. And if for whatever reason somebody didn't get a tag, bears were getting chased in the spring, right, for training. So I've seen a lot of bears. And it's like the only animal that I could hunt back there where after you made the shot, the game completely changed. You know, it's not like a whitetail deer where like you wound a deer.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that a deer can't hurt you, right? But you wound a deer and chances are you're going to end up bumping it and never finding it. And it is what it is, right? You wound a bear.
Yeah, you better have a fucking pistola or something.
This freaking switch has been flipped, right? You are no longer top dog.
Yep.
I would honestly quit elk hunting to only hunt bears.
Yeah.
Fucking love it.
Yeah, really.
It's something about that, man. Like, it's the only animal that I've hunted that even if the stalk failed, I was just as happy because I was that fucking close.
You like that bear, huh?
I took Juan Montour.
Yeah.
Elk hunting with me once and had a bear tag. And I spot this bear all the way across the canyon. I told Juan, I said, every time I look in this avalanche chute, there's a bear in it. I mean, I'm like, every time. Like, this place had bears like you wouldn't believe. A good buddy of mine hunted that area a couple years ago, and through the entire elk season, they saw like 23 bears and like 6 camps were destroyed.
I believe it.
I've had a camp destroyed by bears.
Yeah. Colorado, dude. No spring bear hunting. That's why.
Yeah, no kidding. I wish we had it. But anyway, he was so fucking pissed when I told him we were going over to kill this fucking bear. Mm-hmm. He was livid. He's like, man, can I go back to the truck and take the truck back over this way? I'm like, dude, it's gated. You ain't getting the truck through here. He's like, I can't come in from the other side. I'm like, dude, I'll show you a map. There's no driving in here. I said, let alone that. We're on the border of wilderness area anyway. Yeah. So he's like, you can't have a motorized vehicle in a wilderness area. So anyway, we end up walking like 2 miles past this avalanche chute, all the way down, 2 miles back over, so I can climb up the chute and kill this bear.
Oh, yeah, I would have been pissed.
And I got to the bottom of that avalanche chute, and the bear wasn't there.
Yep.
And Juan was fucking pissed. He's cussing me out. He's like, you made me walk all this fucking way for nothing?
Yep.
And I was like, dude, let's just sit here for like 10 minutes. Because I'm like, they'll be back. You know, the bear will be back. Sure shit. 5 minutes later, boom, bear pops back out in that chute, and I'm like, game's on, right? And I start stalking in, and I got freaking close. There's a little rise in the middle of this avalanche chute, just the way the topography was, and I couldn't see the bear, but I was within 40 yards of it.
Oh no!
And I know I'm right on top of it, and Juan's at the bottom of the freaking chute. He's ranging me, and he's ranging the bear, and I'm literally at the exact elevation. And the whole time he's like, I was sitting down there fucking out loud cussing. I was like, this motherfucker's gonna make me pack this heavy ass piece of shit bear off this mountain, just mad.
Yeah.
And I ended up just getting over the top of this little rise in that chute, and that bear was walking into the brush on the opposite side, and I never had a shot. But like I said, I was just as happy to not kill that bear and be that close than if I would have shot it.
Yeah.
Just something about bears, man. Bears trip my trigger. I like that. Predators in general.
Yeah.
Bears, cats. When I saw that mountain lion, that was the first mountain lion I've ever seen.
Yep.
And like I said, we treed 2 that day. And that was like the coolest freaking thing.
Yeah.
That I've ever done.
Well, Cody here went with me and Nestor, and that one time we literally had two treed this whole time.
No kidding.
100 yards maybe.
Yeah, maybe 200 yards.
Maybe 200. Let's just say 200.
Close enough that we should have went after those.
We should have went after those 2. But the track that Nestor wanted, because it
wasn't a big enough cat.
He wanted the bigger cat. Yeah. Out of all 3 of those cats, we went after the fucking
That's crazy.
The bigger one. And we at the time we were like, yeah, fuck it, let's go, dude. This is cool.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And then you go do it. And
Yeah,
beat yourself
5
up.
miles in.
And I'm like, dude.
When I hunted and I watched that kid shoot that cat, there was there's 5 of us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The kid that shot it included. One of these guys, no lie, 80-year-old dude named Bob. Okay. And I'm like, there's no fucking way. We cut the track, right? And we've got the dogs on leash at this point. And we're just working the dogs up the track, just trying to see if they would really, fire off on it. And sure enough, they do. And we like climbed up like halfway up this mountain. And Bob, this 80-year-old dude, like fucking still with us, right? And I'm like, holy shit. Like,
he's a G.
This guy is badass.
Yeah.
Right? Like, don't fuck with him because he'll destroy you.
Yeah.
And obviously, 80-year-old dude's got some wisdom, right? I'm assuming he's probably killed a couple cats on this mountain before. And we go ahead and unclip the dogs and let the dogs do their thing, and all of us start getting after it. And Bob's like, I'm going to go this way. I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, we figure he's going to go back down to the truck, right? He was the first motherfucker to the tree.
Really?
He was sitting with his back underneath the tree. The cat is like 10 feet above him.
No shit.
And we crest over the ridge, and he's yelling at us, get your fucking asses down here. It's right here. He's just...
No way.
He's the first dude to the tree. Guy is bad freaking ass.
That's crazy.
Cool dude. Super cool dude.
Yeah, I'm excited, Mike. So what I want to do now that you're a dad, right? Like you get it. Like, I got a daughter and a little boy now.
Yep.
But like this is a bucket list hunt for me, and I'm lucky that I know Nestor and he has dogs that I get the opportunity to hunt with him.
Yep.
And I want to mount one, right?
For sure.
And eventually I want to have my kid, or if my daughter wants to shoot a mountain lion, I want it like a collection of cats. You know what I mean? Cool. Like some where I've shot one, and then maybe right next underneath it would be my daughter's or my son's, whatever. But that's just something that I've been thinking more, now that I'm a dad of, I'm not going to be on this earth forever, but I want something to, pass on.
Yeah.
And, that's just something I want to share with them and do it,
It's cool, man. Cats are freaking awesome.
Dude, there's some cool fucking animals, right? Like, just us chasing those ones. I was like, dude, these things are fucking crazy awesome. Like, they're just crazy fucking animals.
They're big. They're deadly as hell. And you, like, never see the damn things.
Mm-mm.
Like, I talk to guys all the time that, through the archery shop, right? And there'll be, like, one guy every year that's like, oh, yeah, I saw a mountain lion.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's cool. How many people do I see every year?
Yeah.
And how many people say this, like, literally one guy.
Yeah.
I've hunted every year for elk, mule deer, stuff like that. Spent a lot of time in the mountains. And outside of that one cat hunting with the dogs, I've never seen a mountain lion. I've seen bobcats.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been lucky enough to harvest 2 bobcats.
Yeah.
And I've seen probably 2 other ones. Because I used to live up in the mountains.
Yeah. You used to live up around here, right?
I live by Blackhawk.
Yeah, Blackhawk. That's why.
Yeah.
I was up there today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Had to go place a couple bets for the fights tonight. Yeah.
Attaboy.
So speaking of that, you get to harvest all this stuff. Like, what is like your cup of tea? I mean, obviously bear.
Yeah.
Right. You hunt bear, but like if you had to pick one animal to hunt, the rest of your life
Outside of bears.
That's
tough.
It is tough, right?
God dang, man. What I would probably pick. This might not be my number one, but it's one that I would definitely would rank pretty high. Javelina.
Yeah. They're fun.
I've shot 4 of them.
They're fun as fuck, right?
Dude, that animal is like made to bow hunt.
Mm-hmm.
They can't see for shit,
for
one. So for the guy that likes to spot and stalk, it's kind of nice, right?
Yeah.
But they can still hear pretty good and they smell. Like,
I must say I seen your javelina mount.
Oh, you went over to Gil's?
Yeah, over at Adventure
I saw him
Studio.
picked it up. He's probably pissed at me.
No, dude, it looks sweet there in his thing.
Yeah.
He goes, Beau? And I was like, yeah. He's like, this is Beau's. And I was like, dude, this is sweet, dude.
Yeah.
And seeing your mount was like, I got to do one like this.
One of the cool things about javelina that I didn't originally know before I started hunting them is, like, for instance, going back to bears a little bit, when they feel threatened, All right. And they're wanting to stand their ground. They'll pop their jaws, right? So they'll open their mouth and slam it shut. It sounds like a 2x4 snapping. Javelina do it too.
Oh, yeah.
And they got these big old freaking tusks and stuff. Yeah. So they're not a big animal.
No.
Right? Like, I think the biggest one that I shot was like 50 pounds.
Yeah, that's maybe a big one. That is.
It's pretty big, right? For a javelina. But anyway, the first time I ever did it, and I hunted them, the guy's like, yeah, they'll pop their jaws. And I'm like, it's a 50-pound animal, like big freaking deal, right? Well, the problem is it's freaking mesquite.
Yeah.
Everywhere where I was hunting. Like, I'm hunting in these senderos and stuff. You can't see in it. So I stalk in on a group of javelina, like right at about 20 yards. This is, I think, what I got in onto them. And I shoot one, and they all scatter into the brush, right? Now, I don't have like a bear popping his jaws as one, right? I've got multiple javelina popping their jaws, and I can't see 5 feet into the brush. And I'm on a road that's only 6 feet wide.
Yeah.
Or at least in a spot in the road that's only 6 feet wide. And I'm like shitting my pants.
Right.
Because if they want to,
yeah,
dude, those things, they freaking
those cutters are fucking crazy.
They move through that stuff so damn fast, and I can't see anything. I'm like, yeah, I'm effed. The second one I shot on the same trip, the whole group of them, and I had it on my phone. I used to have it saved because I stuffed the phone between my bino harness.
Yeah, and record it.
Yeah, so I'm like recording it coming up, and I draw funky like this, and then eventually I had to line myself up so I could shoot. And I shoot it, and you can hear them all freaking, this javelina just gets all pissed off and takes off. And all of them start popping their jaws. Well, one of them in that group literally rips down that freaking sendero and loops right back around me and is like 3 feet from my heels.
Oh, shit.
Just popping its jaws.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, shit. My bow's at, like, I'm holding my hands up like I'm still at full draw, just froze there, like, don't see me. Do not see me. And luckily it didn't. It moved off. But that animal is straight up made to bow hunt.
Yeah, it's fun.
Oh, they're so badass.
It's a fucking sweet.
The only place I've ever hunted them is in Texas, and Texas only allows 2 per person per calendar year.
Yeah.
Which really sucks, which is probably why it would be on my list because it's a badass animal, but I definitely wouldn't probably. I'd hunt them there again, but that wouldn't be my sole place.
Did you like eating them?
Never did.
Yeah, I don't like them.
I've heard from a lot of guys that they were that they can be pretty good. Man, they're stinky critters.
Yeah, no.
And normally that doesn't like mess me up, but it was
they got an asshole right on their back.
Yeah, it was bad. Literally. So I ended up the outfitter that I was with allowed me to donate it. So I ended up filling out some paperwork and donating it. The second time I went, same thing. The guides that were down there actually like it. So I was like, dude, take it. Like, that's cool. As long as it's getting used. I'm cool with it.
Right. So here's my next question. We had people calling in from the IG and stuff and hitting up. Like, if you had to, let's say a guy like me want to start repairing my bow, starting booting up my bow, what would be like some of the main equipment they need right away to start piddling with their bow?
Without any
affordable.
Without anything like major, I would probably tell you some serving and possibly like a serving jig. Okay. Something that you can put it in, spin up, fixed center serving, stuff like that. Obviously you're gonna need some D-loop material if you're shooting a compound bow anyway. For sure D-loop. Man, without a bow press, there's things you can do. You can technically change your peep without a bow press. Boning makes a string splitter deal. I hate it. I hate it. Because some of them, man, fresh out of the box, they'll have a little burr on it and it just destroy your string. So stuff like major stuff with bowstrings, I really don't like. I don't like anybody doing anything without a bow press, and I don't expect people to go out and buy a bow press.
Right.
Even the pocket presses, like I mentioned earlier, that's what I had. That's what I had when I was a kid.
What is the difference between those, a pocket press and a?
So like your full-fledged bow presses, like a lot of guys now are going to use the Easy Press from Last Chance, which is a great press and it's really easy to work with. Because it's not overly complicated, right? A press like that, on the low end, is like $400 or $500.
Okay,
it's quite a bit of money. A little pocket press. I don't remember who makes them exactly, but it's literally a cable system, okay, that you can hook to your limbs, turn a little handle, and it basically it's like a bolt that tightens up the cables and everything, and it'll slowly squeeze your limbs in and allow you to change strings, change cables, stuff like that. incredibly dangerous to work with.
Yeah.
Incredibly dangerous because the adapters for the limbs usually aren't very sturdy, slip off limbs, bows blow up. I mean, heck, I had my dad, again, my dad worked on all his own stuff. He had would have been a PSE Evo and had some issues and had to go down and draw weight and had to get him new limbs. And he's like, just send me the limbs, I'll change them at home. He's done that before. He's changed limbs before. Put that pocket press on that bow, and that thing grenaded. And when I mean it grenaded, the brand new limbs were trash, cams were trash. I mean, just stuff bouncing off the floor and sliding, swinging past his face, all sorts of stuff. So like really tiny minor things, maybe a pocket press is okay, or for at least emergency purposes. But I really hate that press, man. I hate pocket presses because they're just so dangerous. I had not too long ago, man. We mentioned earlier you work on bows long enough and one's bound to go boom.
Yeah.
I had a bow shift in a bow press and smash my hand, break my hand. That was a little over a year ago.
Yeah, I remember seeing you all fucked up with that.
Yeah, and that was for me. Obviously, again, you work on bows long enough and one's bound to go boom, and chances are, there's a lot of energy there. You can definitely get hurt. And in my case, I did. But that was the first time that I had not shot a bow, like legit, like drew a bow back and shot it. I was in a cast for like 6 weeks.
Yeah, fucking kill you.
I hadn't gone more than 2 days without shooting a bow.
Yeah.
I ended up getting I had a archery tournament the next day, the day after I broke my hand, and I wanted to go so bad. Couldn't pull a bow back, right? Couldn't hold on to my release. I ended up going like 2 weeks after that, and I tied up a mouth tab on one of my wife's bow, and I was shooting with my mouth.
Really?
Like I was like, dude, I can't take this anymore.
Yeah.
I've got to shoot. So I shot my wife's bow with a mouth tab for a couple weeks, and for the guys that do that, dude, kudos, because that shit's fucking hard.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Like, I am not a G with a mouth tab.
Yeah.
I am not.
Yeah.
I would never. I thought at first, because it was in the spring when my hand broke, I was like, man, I might have to hunt turkeys with this thing because didn't know if I had to have surgery on my hand or anything. Luckily, I didn't. But I was like, man, I might have to hunt turkeys with this. And thank God I didn't have to because it would have. Oh, dude, I had no confidence. I would have had a quiver full of probably zeros. Actually, you might have got. I
might have got you there.
Yeah.
Well, shit, Beau, man. Fuck, man. It's been fun chatting with you. Dude, honestly, like, I appreciate you coming out here and fucking all the way in my neck of the woods because I know it was a haul for you. Dude, where can they find you at?
So obviously, if you want me to work on your bow, you can find me at No Limits Archery. But if you want to follow me on any kind of social media, stuff like that, you can. It's Beau Fessional. So it's Beau, BEAU _Fessional on Instagram. I'm on Facebook, but I'm never on that thing. So
I know.
Don't follow me on Facebook.
I'm on IG. I know that's it. I got them linked.
IG is all I use.
Yeah.
So. And I barely use that. So if you expect a lot of posts from me, maybe you don't follow me.
Yeah, all right.
If you want to ask questions, though, go ahead.
Do you got any big trips coming up this year yet?
Nothing huge. Phil and I talked about going. Well, I shouldn't say nothing huge. Phil and I talked about last year going up to Canada. I got a buddy of mine that has an outfit up in Saskatchewan for bears.
Oh, cool.
So we talked about doing that last year. Then with the COVID shit, they closed the borders down, so we couldn't go. So I might try to convince him to swing that. But he's building a house right now, and he's super busy. So that might not happen. I try to make it back to. I'm going to try to start making it back to Wisconsin every year because it's nice to get back and hunt with my dad, and chase whitetail deer, especially after you bust your ass in the mountains for elk for a month. And it's nice to sit
and get whitetail fit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's my cup of tea
for sure.
Well, right on, man. All I got to say is if you guys want to get your bow right, go down to No Limits Archery. Go talk to the guys. Jason, Ryan.
Yep.
What's the little Justin's name?
Justin. Yeah, Justice isn't there now, man. He's on a mission, man.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Mormon, so he's
on his little mission. Where does he know where he's at?
Uruguay.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, little shit had to learn to speak Spanish in like 2 months.
Yeah, he's smart like that, not like me. Fuck that. I'm
that.
Not me. But go down to No Limits. Check them out. Get your shit worked on. Like I said, Beau, thank you.
Of course.
Damn, dog. I love it, man. You need to come back out and do another one. For sure. We got to do another one. Maybe a recap of Well, it's still early. Spring hunt maybe.
Yeah, we got a lot of new bows coming out too, though. We can still talk bows and arrow builds and all that crazy stuff too.
What bow are you gonna shoot this year?
I think I'm gonna be shooting a Hoyt RX5 Alpha, so they're 30-inch. They're 30-inch bow. I'm gonna play with that. May end up picking up another bow. We'll see.
What about your recurve? You do a lot of stuff with your recurve?
I've been playing with it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see. I keep telling a couple buddies of mine. I love shooting my recurve. I'm pretty good with it, but I don't have the balls to hunt with it. So maybe if I can grow a pair of balls, I'll shoot it.
What about 3Ds? You pretty good at 3Ds?
Yeah, I actually got a 3D archery tournament in Cheyenne this next Friday.
Okay.
So it's a triple crown. So there's 3 legs. I'm sitting 3rd right now in the pro division. Only 2 or 3 12s behind the leaders. So
good.
Just a couple shots makes a difference. So we'll see what happens.
Well, good luck, man.
Appreciate it.
Well, thanks again, guys, for listening, and stay tuned. We got a lot more coming your way. We out.